so far to go.
My name's William Crow. I'm a pilot in the U.S. Navy. My dad used to be a pilot in the United States Air Force, so growing up we moved around a lot. New towns, new schools, new friends. Dad used to take my kid brother Charlie and me to the air base at whatever town we lived in at the time. Every year there'd be new planes, new models. Every year they were faster and stronger, each one better than the one before. Then there was the accident. Some pilot screwed his landing and crashed. Dad was working in the hangar. He ran out and pulled the pilot from the burning plane right before it went up. Dad was badly burned. He was lucky to be alive, but he couldn't fly anymore. He got a discharge and a pension. Well, the pension was never enough, and pretty soon we found ourselves farming a patch of dirt just to get by. Out there, the only things we had plenty of were dirt and sky. Our only entertainment was a busted old crop duster, so Charlie and I became the Dirt Duster Brothers. We flew the wings off that old crate. As much fun as that was, it couldn't last forever. The Navy was our way out. When we got old enough, we joined up. I graduated from flight training at Pensacola. Charlie trained as a sailor. Before long, we got our postings. I was stationed at Hickam Field, Pearl Harbor. Charlie was on the USS Arizona, a great name for a great battleship, the pride of the fleet.
We've been caught off guard by a Japanese surprise attack. You must take off at once to avoid being destroyed on the ground by their attack planes. Once airborne, you must defend the planes still on the ground and our vital fueling facilities. If you fail, our fleet will be severely hampered in their ability to strike back after this vicious attack. It seems the war has finally begun, Lieutenant Crow.
Pearl Harbor was hell. One minute I was thinking about getting out of bed, the next minute the sky's so thick with planes I could barely see the sun.
Scramble! Lieutenant Crow, get off that deck, we got zeros inbound!
It looks like they're heading for the hangars. I'll intercept them.
or another one for me. That's the data, people.
There's a whole mess of planes heading for the fuel tanks. I'll take as many as I can.
We need to protect the refinery. The fleet's gonna need that oil. Sir, I need your assistance. Roger that. I can't shake this bandit, sir. Target destroyed. Great piece of flying, sir. The skies are swarming with ships. Where the hell did they come from? The Japs are attacking the ships! I'll take the bombers. Fight harder, boys. We need to protect the battleships until they can get their boilers stoked.
You don't have to tell me, Tower. My brother's on one of those ships.
I'm taking the beating.
God damn it, Tower. How did the Japs bushwhack us? My brother Charlie's on the Arizona. Those battleships are the Japs' main target.
Navy intelligence wants to screw the pooch on this one, Crow. I hope they end up with their excellent flight.
punch the United States and get away with it.
You'll get your chance, Colonel. It looks like we're gonna need all the pilots we can get.
Dear Mom and Dad, there's no easy way to tell you this. Charlie's dead. Wanted you to hear it from me before the man from the Navy arrives, but I'm not sure this letter will beat their telegraph. Charlie was on the USS Arizona, which was moored on Battleship Row. The Japs knew what they were after. They hit the ships while our boys were still in their bunks. The Arizona went down during the attack. As she sank, we could hear the boys trapped inside screaming for our help, but we couldn't get them out. I'm sorry I can't write more, but as of this morning, we're at war. I'm shipping out for Wake Island in a couple of hours. I swear this to you now. Those Japs are going to pay for what they did to our family and our country. William Crowe. The attack on Pearl Harbor pulled us into the war. In just a couple of hours, hundreds of Jap pilots hit our fleet hard, decimating our battleships. Thankfully, our carriers were at sea during the attack. This was quite a piece of good luck. But their attack on Pearl was just the beginning. The Japs hit all over the Pacific, from Malaya to the Dutch East Indies. They did a lot of damage, but they also stirred up a hornet's nest. We were mad, and our rage was directed one way, west, to Japan. When we entered the war, we thought we'd get it over quick. We'd be home by Christmas telling stories about how we kicked the Japs' ass. Man, we were so wrong. Hitting Pearl Harbor wasn't enough for them. They wanted Wake Island, too. Now, Wake's just an airfield on a speck of sand in the middle of the Pacific, but they wanted it bad.
Welcome to Wake Island. You have been sent here to reinforce our badly undermanned fighter squadron. We've been holding down our own, but Jap bombing in the last 2 days has severely depleted our squadron and resources. We're now down to just 4 Wildcats. A group of Japanese Pete scout planes have just flown over the HQ. Luckily, these planes don't have radios. Shoot them down before they can reach the safety of their fleet and hand over the recon photos of our locations.
After Pearl, the Japs headed for our base at Wake Island. If we lost Wake, then the rest of our bases would be within their reach. They weren't going to get it without one hell of a fight.
Wait, Baker 1, scramble, scramble. Enemy recon planes must be intercepted before they reveal our positions to their fleet. Over.
Roger that, Wake Control. We'll splash those nosy SOBs for you. We're rolling. Out.
Be advised. Enemy aircraft confirmed as Mitsubishi F-1M Pete seaplanes, over. Don't underestimate them. That rear gun has taken out a lot of overconfident rookies. One scout down. Another one down. Don't let them get away. Another one down. Almost all done. Maybe that'll make them think twice before snooping around here again. Wake Control, this is Wildcat Squadron 029er closing on Wake from the northeast. We need immediate backup. Under attack from multiple enemy aircraft and low on fuel. buying the drinks tonight?
Anything that's cold is fine by me.
Well done, man. We've held them off for another day. Everyone return to base and get some rest. They'll be back.
The Japanese have been bombing us like clockwork. Always at 11, and always from the south. Today we were going to head out to meet them. But we just spotted 2 landing groups heading in from the west and the east. Yesterday's bombing has left us desperately under-resourced. So you and your wing will need to help on both fronts. Your wing, Baker Wing, must deal with the landings heading for the western shore. Able Wing will deal with the eastern landing. Deal with them quickly, because there's a bombing raid coming at 1100.
You are cleared for takeoff, Wing Baker. Good luck taking out those Japanese landing craft. Those Marine jarheads could use all the help they can get.
Special delivery, Tojo. Bomb on target.
Calling all fighters. We've got multiple waves of incoming Betty bombers coming in from the south. Protect the airfield at all costs.
That's the first wave taken care of.
Damn it! We've got another wave of Betty bombers coming in. Looks like they're going for the airfield this time.
That's the last of the Bettys taken out, Control.
Troops think they spotted a mini-sub's periscope headed for the lagoon. If they're right, we suspect it may be going after the seaplane base. You better check it out, Baker Wing.
Control. I've spotted the enemy mini-sub. Moving to engage.
Well done, Baker Wing. Between you
The relentless bombardment has knocked out the majority of our defenses and aircraft. We cannot hold out much longer, so we've begun evacuation procedures. The Japanese are sending yet another wave of landing craft along with assault troops to overrun the island. You must intercept the boats before they reach the shore. You must hold off the Japanese long enough to give us time to evacuate key personnel. A senior admiral is here on wake, and it is vital that he does not fall into enemy hands. Once he boards his Catalina, you are to escort him to the Enterprise.
Wake Charlie 2. You're cleared for takeoff. Proceed to the northwest and tackle enemy units engaged in the amphibious assault. Your orders are to protect the seaplane base at all costs. Be advised, enemy troops have landed in several locations and we're taking heavy fire from Navy units stationed to the...
Hell! They took out the tower! I've got to get off the ground or I'm done for!
Wake Charlie 2, this is Sergeant North with the Marine platoon guarding the seaplane base. We spotted landing craft headed our way and could use some support. Over.
The troops to the south are being overrun by tanks and cars. I've got to help them if I can. Special delivery, Tojo.
Thanks, Flyboy. You go and get your beauty sleep. We just heard from Wake Command. Two of the enemy troops have landed. It's time to think about getting out of here. Admiral Daniel Howells from Fleet HQ is on his way here in a jeep. We can't let him fall into enemy hands as he's got most of our battle plans in his head. Get over to the airbase and escort him back here to the Catalina. This is the Admiral's driver. We are under enemy attack. Need covering fire now. Can anyone hear us?
This is Lieutenant Crow, Wake Island Squadron. I'm moving to your location now.
Thanks, son. It's getting a little crowded down here. Enemy troops are landing from the east! This is the base is being overrun! Keep your heads down, boys. Looks like those jeeps have got it in for us. Japanese bomber coming in low at 1 o'clock. He's going after the bridge.
I have to get to that bomber before he destroys the bridge.
Thanks for getting those jets off my back. It was getting a little hairy down here. Good shooting, Flyboy. Charlie 2.
If the seaplane base is destroyed, the Admiral will be trapped.
The Catalina pilot, keep them off our back while I get the engine started and warmed up. Uh-oh, we've got incoming valves. Take them out, pilot. Come on, you piece of junk, start, damn it! Move with your overgrown tin can. Get your metal fanny out of here, and I'll get you a full overhaul when we get back to Oahu. Ah, there's life in the old girl yet. Let's move out, Charlie Wing. We've got Zeros coming in on our 6th. Cover us, Charlie Wing. Zeros, coming in again. Watch yourself.
Thank you, Lieutenant Crow. Good work. I see a bright future for you. We're going to need all the skilled, tough pilots we can get. I think this is going to be a long war.
Somehow I managed to get the Admiral back to the Enterprise in one piece. His cat was so full of holes it just about sank right after they landed. Later we got to talking. He was mighty grateful. He even said I'd done a fine job, which was a big compliment from an old hard-ass. He told me he was transferring to another carrier, the Lexington, and he wanted me to come with him. We were lucky to have any carriers at all. If they were at Pearl like they were supposed to be, we'd be out of the war already. Before I knew it, I was on board the Lady Lex with a whole new crew. We were on our way to the Marshall Islands. My new squadron leader was a guy named Callahan. The Admiral had put in a good word for me, and I was even assigned my own wing. After 2 weeks of clockwork bombing raids and landings, the Japs took wake. Our servicemen fought long and hard. Even the civvies pitched in. I guess they were all hoping that the Enterprise would show up to help. In the end, though, the Japs prevailed, and the commander of Wake surrendered on the 23rd of December. Those Marines on Wake Island were outnumbered, but never outfought.
The Japanese have established a string of formidable bases throughout the Marshall Islands. They have now constructed an airfield at their base on Tarawa. The proximity of this airfield poses a serious threat to our carrier fleet. Our latest scouting mission has revealed construction of 2 radar towers. These towers are an early warning system to alert them of any approaching aircraft. Your mission is to help knock out the radar towers and then destroy the remaining air defenses. This must be accomplished before 1400, as we have C-47s en route to land paratroopers to capture the base.
The Jap base at Tarawa was fat with supplies and equipment, and we were going to blow that place to kingdom come. We wanted to show them they weren't the only game in town.
Okay, this is Lieutenant Commander Callahan. Calling all units in Victor Squadron. Line up in formation over the Lexington. Our bearing is 050. Over.
Crow, you're in charge of your wing now. I hope you paid attention during training.
Yeah, we're ready to go, sir.
Crow, head for the zone point to the east of the fleet. We'll rendezvous at Tarawa.
Break formation.
Roger that.
Surprise, boys. Show them what these Corsairs are capable of.
Break formation.
Victor Squadron, I confirm visual contact with Japanese radar towers on Taroa. All pilots throttle to the max. Keep an eye out for bogeys, they know we're coming. You guys take the south radar tower. Murphy, Fanshaw, come with me. We'll go after the north tower.
Understood. I won't let you down, sir.
After you've taken out the radar, go after their planes and try to hit them on the ground.
This is Victor Baker. Target destroyed. South radar is down.
Nice work, bro. Now try to hit their planes on the ground.
We've taken out the north tower. Take that, Tojo. Good work, boys. Looks like we caught the Japs with their pants down.
Yeah, nailed him! Up another one. I bagged one. He's flaming out. Party's over, boys. Those AA guns have got our number, so be careful. I got one!
Damn, the bombers are getting away.
Their fighters are scrambling, Crow. I shot one down!
Victor Squadron, this is Skytrain Fox King with Taroa Strike Force on board. We are approaching Taroa now, ETA 1 minute. Hope you guys have taken care of the AA.
Roger that, buddy. We're heading north to intercept the Zeros I can see heading your way. Crow, I want you and Baker wait to clear the way for the strike force while Abel and I keep those Zeros away. Split your forces and order your wingmen to deal with those different threats. Go!
Crow, take those AA positions out before the C-47s get here.
Flash one more. You got Tojo trouble. Baker Wing, we've got more company. Zero's inbound from the south. You'll have to take them for us.
Yeah, nailed him!
break formation.
Yes, sir.
Much as I hate to swap a Corsair for a Japanese piece of crap, it'd be handy to get a look at a Zero. Crow, I want you to land and take that Zero back to the Lexington.
Yes, sir!
Like the Jap Navy doesn't want us to have that Zero. Watch out for interceptors, Crow.
If you think we will let you steal one of our planes, American, you are greatly mistaken. I am Kazuma Yamashita, elite pilot of the 13th Squadron. You will have the honor of being my 18th kill.
Don't count on it, Tojo. All you bastards for my brother Charlie. One of us ain't leaving here today.
You got me, American, but my squadron will avenge me.
Tell them William Crow says they can join you in hell.
The Japanese have overrun one of our observation posts and captured an entire platoon of troops. One of the officers there was working directly for Pacific Theater Command. If the enemy discovers his identity, they will show no restraint in finding out what he knows. We need him, and the rest of the prisoners out there. But the POW camp is on an island fortress. You are to neutralize the prison's defenses and breach the cell block walls. A commando strike force will land on the beach. With your support, they will escort the POWs from the island. As Lieutenant Commander Callahan is still recovering from the wounds he received from your last mission, you are temporarily assigned command of Easy Squadron's 4 Corsairs.
Heads up, pilots, we've got company. Multiple targets coming in. Lieutenant Cole, stick to your operational area. There's no reason to head over there.
Engage at will.
Roger that.
Defend this position, men.
Defending the area.
Too easy, boys. Not even a warm-up. Wing leader, I've spotted a radio tower. We better take it out before they call in for reinforcements.
Adopt formation. Commence rocket attack. Defend this position, men. Break formation.
We're in sight of Cayman now. ETA 2 minutes. Hope you cleared the way, Easy Squadron. We got company. Japanese patrol boats approaching fast.
must like you. He's tight on your tail.
We've landed on the lower beach and are advancing upward towards the camp. We've got an incoming from the southwest.
What are your orders, sir?
Engage at will.
Yes, sir.
A couple of Jap tanks have us locked up like a virgin on prom night. Thanks, Lieutenant. We're advancing. We've got an incoming from the southwest.
What can we do now, sir?
Easy, Squadron. We need some help here. The Japanese have us pinned down.
Yes, sir.
We've got an incoming from the southwest. We have an unknown radar contact to the southwest.
Yeah, nailed him!
Busting us out, pilot. I'm Tom Stewart. It's nice to see the sunlight again. Is that the new Corsair? Nice. Can't wait to get back in the saddle and take one of those fillies for a gallop. Real soon.
You a pilot, Tom? You better talk to my CO. He's always on the lookout for new blood.
We have an unknown radar contact to the north. That's it! We're on our way back to the boat. Here comes trouble. Two Betty bombers are heading in fast. We're sending dust down here. We have an unknown radar contact to the north.
Break formation.
Roger that.
Target destroyed.
Reported the boats and are heading out to the northeast. Crow, patrol ahead and make sure there aren't any surprises for us.
We have an unknown radar contact to the north. We have an unknown radar contact to the southwest.
We got Japanese destroyers coming in from the northwest. I said we got a few minutes before they're on top of us.
We've got an incoming from the north.
Good job, Crow. We're clear of the mines.
Sleep tight, Mr. Tojo.
Thanks, Crow. This time we made a run for it.
We have an unknown radar contact to the north.
He's flaming out! I bagged one.
Holy crap! Those destroyers are almost on top of us! Crow, see if you can damage their props and slow them down.
We've got an incoming from the southwest.
That's it! Keep hitting them there! That's the way! Now take out the other one! That's it! Keep hitting them there! Thanks, Crow. They're running away with their tail between their legs. That's it! We're clear! Thanks for the help, Lieutenant Crow.
The ace I fought over the Marshall Islands was Kazuma Yamashita. He was part of the infamous 13th Airborne Squadron who had led the attack on Pearl Harbor. These guys put the final bombs into the Arizona. These were the guys who killed Charlie. The 13th Airborne had the Jap Navy's best flyers, and they put them in their best planes. Callahan said I was lucky to be alive. He'd fought him before, and I was lucky it wasn't Shunagawa, their leader. He was the best flyer Callahan had ever seen, and he was racking up kills all over the Pacific. But I'd survived the fight and brought the Zero down in one piece. It was weird to fly, light as a feather and armed to the teeth. The plane was crated up and shipped back to the Naval Intelligence boys in San Diego. The guys we rescued from the POW camp had only been in there about a month, but they were in bad shape. They'd been starved and beaten by the Japs. Well, I got talking to one of them, a guy named Tom Stewart. Turns out that he was a pilot who'd been shot down and he was itching to fly again. Callahan found a place for him in one of the other wings of our squad. So ex-prisoner of war Tom Stewart got another chance to fly for his country. Callahan ran a tight squad, and before we knew it, we were brushing up on our torpedo runs and dive bombing for the battles ahead. Our attacks on the Marshall Islands only damaged the Japanese base at Tarawa. Elsewhere, the fighting continued. The Japs dug themselves in and even had a few significant victories. They sank their first carrier, the Langley, and our biggest warship in the Far East, the cruiser Houston. So far, we hadn't managed to hit them back. We started to figure we'd be in the Pacific a lot longer than we originally thought. In April of '42, things were looking pretty bad. Morale was low, both in the Pacific and back home. One of our commanders came up with a daring plan to strike a blow at the Japanese. Not on some island somewhere, but right on their mainland. It was called the Doolittle Raid. Our grease monkeys modified a bunch of B-25s to take off from carriers, something they were never meant to do. They launched from the Hornet and bombed factories on the Japanese mainland. Didn't do a hell of a lot of damage, but it did show the Japs that we had a few tricks of our own. They were feeling our breath on the back of their necks now. Some of the boys who flew the B-25s had to ditch in the ocean, but a few managed to crash land in China. Of the 80 crew, 71 made it back. We heard later that the Japs killed 250,000 Chinese just for helping our boys.
Accurate torpedo bombing is vital to our war effort. So today we need you to fly a training mission with Lieutenant Commander Callahan so he can show you the ropes. You'll be using live torpedoes against a wrecked transport that was hit by Japanese bombers several days ago. It's dead in the water but still floating, so at least you can get some target practice in when we scuttle it.
The Jap Navy was headed for Australia, but we cut them off in the Coral Sea.
Well, Crow, word is you're a pretty good flyer. This little torpedo drill shouldn't cause you any trouble. First of all, torpedoes need to be dropped from way down low. You need to get right down to the deck. You have to slow right down, or the torp will skip off the water at any old angle. Of course, normally it's a lot harder than this to hit a moving target, but you should have no problems with hitting this one.
Okay, he shot his fish, now it's my turn.
Torpedo running clean!
I can hear you, Lexington.
One of our pilots came across a Japanese refueling shop to the south and damaged them. We need you to get over there and finish it off. All other torpedo bombers are off on a mission.
Okay, Lexington. Looks like Crow will get a chance to drop on a hot target after all.
Fox 1, proceed to
戦闘本部、戦闘機を出動せよ。
Lexington, this is Fox 1. The Japs have sent a squadron of subs to repair the damaged one.
We are picking them up on radar, Fox 1. Hold tight and do what you can to harass them. These cargo subs have been carrying some pretty important cargo between Japan, Germany, and the Kongan territories. Whatever it is, the Japs are trying hard to protect it. Double your efforts, Fox 1. We need that sub sent to the bottom of the ocean.
Lexington, that sub's making a run for it.
Bro, you better take that sub out before it can dive.
These roof fighters are just a zero with a float bolted on.
Torpedo running clean!
Yes! That is one sub who's submerging for the last time!
Holy mother, look at the size of that sub. I hope these torpedoes will damage that thing.
There's only one way to find out.
I can't believe it. That sub's launching fighters.
I'll take care of the plane. You concentrate on sinking that sub.
Torpedo running clean!
Fish on target.
Torpedo running clean!
Fish on target.
Torpedo away!
Fish on target.
Torpedo away!
torpedo work.
The Japanese are tightening their hold on the Solomon Islands to prevent any future Allied counterattacks. If they get a stronger foothold in the area, it will allow them to attack Northern Australia. Through the coded radio intercepts, we have learned that the heavy carriers, the Shokaku and the Zukaku, both veterans of Pearl Harbor, are here in the Coral Sea. They are accompanied by the Shoho, a smaller carrier. Our scouts have spotted the Shoho. You are to attack her immediately. Other wings will deal with the other threats.
Hurry up and get airborne. Those carriers won't wait around forever. All wings, form up as soon as you're off the deck. This is Lieutenant Commander Callahan off the Lexington, leading Able Squadron. All squadrons, sound off.
This is Cunningham, Baker Squadron. All Devastator pilots report flight checks complete.
This is Stewart, Charlie Squadron. My Wildcats are hungry and I'm looking forward to getting a few kills on the board myself.
This is Crow, Dogwing. Just don't get shot down again, Tom. We're not coming to pick you up next time.
Shot down? Actually, I'll ram to Betty. I'll tell you about it tonight, but you're buying the drinks.
Follow me, men. All wings, keep an eye out for enemy scout planes. We do not want to get caught with our hands in the cookie jar here.
Break formation.
Roger that. All planes, move to engage those scouts before they give our position away.
Pick one up, boss.
We're taking serious damage.
Commander Callahan, we've taken out all the scouts.
Right, boys, this is it. Stewart, split up your Wildcats and escort the bomber wing. Pro, I want you to take Dog Wing and mount the dive bomb attack on the Shoho. Baker Wing, you go after the Zukaku. Able Wing, we're going after the Shikaku. Good luck, men.
Yes, sir. We'll cover the strike plane.
Roger.
Understood, sir. We'll give him one for Pearl.
Okay, Pro, you're in position. I need you when you're done to take out those destroyers so that our Devastators can come in straight and low. Once those destroyers are gone, they'll pound the flat top with a few fish. Then you boys can finish her off with some dive bombing. Go! Not bad, Pro. That's one down. Keep going. What are your orders, sir?
Engage at will.
Yes, sir. Direct hit.
I got the basket.
Nice shooting, Stewart. Brag! Hey, check your fire, new guy. That nearly creased my skull.
Sorry, Cunningham. You zigged when I thought you were gonna zag.
Good hit, Crow. Devastator Squadron, commence your torpedo run.
That's it. She's a sitting duck, Crow. Take your wing in and put a few 1,000-pound love letters through that deck.
Scratch one flat top.
Good work, men. Charlie and Dogwing's got the show-ho. We've damaged the Shikaku pretty heavily. Time to head back to the carrier.
Damn shame we couldn't nail those other two carriers. Still, we'll get them later. It's gonna be a long war. That's not a good sign. What have those bombers been up to? Come on, everybody hurry up and get back to the carriers.
What are your orders, sir?
Engage at will.
Roger that.
Target.
I bagged one. Helped up another one.
Form up, squadron. We've got to get back to the carriers.
Damn it! 7 o'clock!
What can we do now, sir?
Son of a bitch. They hit the Lady Lex. Charlie Wing, you stay with me. Everyone else head back to the Yorktown and refuel. We have to protect those two destroyers while they rescue the crew. Take out as many planes as you can.
Break formation. Protect those ships.
We're defending the ships.
High-level bombers. We've got a flight of Kates coming in from the west.
to worry about.
Get us out of here! Bandit, 12 o'clock!
That's the last sailors rescued off the Lex. All planes get clear. The destroyers are about to scuttle her. Goodbye, Lady Lex. You were a fine ship. We'll miss you.
The rest of the squadron had already started celebrations when I landed. We'd finally managed to hit back at the Japs, and the Shoho was well on its way to the bottom of the Pacific. Later, Callahan and I headed down to the hangar deck to check the damage to our planes. We heard a noise and someone ran off. We didn't catch him, but we found a chunk of metal wedged into the ammo tray of my Corsair. We'd surprised some bastard who tried to sabotage my plane. Callahan and I decided not to tell anyone. We didn't want the other pilots to panic. After that, I personally checked every inch of my plane before every mission. The Battle of the Coral Sea was the first ever battle between ships that never even saw each other. Just hundreds of planes attacking each other and the carriers over the open ocean. The Japs did more damage to us than we did to them at Coral. They sank the Lexington and one of our destroyers. But we did manage to sink one of their carriers and damage another, the Shikaku. Even though we lost the battle, strategically we kind of won. First, we stopped the Japs' advance. Second, and more importantly, we took out two of their carriers for later battles. Back in the US, our intelligence operation codenamed Magic was decoding Japanese communications. Magic discovered Japanese plans for another surprise attack, this time against Midway. The Japs made it look like they were attacking the Aleutian Islands up near Alaska, so that we would send part of our fleet away from Midway. But we knew what they were up to, and we weren't about to get caught off guard again. It was make or break time for us in the Pacific.
In the lead up to any decisive naval battle, both sides seek to gain the upper hand through the element of surprise. To spot your enemy without being seen in return is a vital part of achieving that strategic advantage. We know the Japanese fleet is heading for Midway now. We need to spot them before they can get within attack range. We're sending out as many patrol planes as we can keep up in the air. Overwork has put several of our pilots in the sickbay, so we've seconded you from Yorktown to the Midway base. Your mission is to patrol your assigned course. If you spot any enemy activity, make sure you get photos of the task force, then return to base. Good hunting, Lieutenant.
Thanks to the code breakers at Magic, we knew where and when the Japs were going to attack next. We weren't going to be surprised again like at Pearl Harbor. This was our chance to return the favor they did for us at Pearl.
Howdy there, Patrol 5 PBY-12. This is Midway hailing you on the radio. Are you hearing us, over?
Loud and clear, Midway. What's the weather like, over?
Pretty clear all along your flight path, PBY, maybe a little cloudy. Watch out for ambushes and enemy scouts. The skies are a little busy out there today. Your heading is 280, PBY-12.
Contact. I'm detecting a Japanese task force. You better take us in, sir. Watch out, bad guys coming in fast. Watch out, bad guys coming in fast. battleships. Sure glad I'm not on a boat with that monster prowling around.
We've only found 2 light carriers so far. I mean, where the hell's the rest of the carrier division?
That's it. Got the photographs, sir. Let's move on to the next service. Watch out. Bad guys coming in fast.
Yeah, suck on that, Tojo. This thing's turning into Swiss cheese. Yeah, suck on that, Tojo. Got one.
Radar contact. I'm detecting a Japanese task force. You better take us in, sir. That destroyer is all alone. Let's take it out, sir. Crap! Radar decoys. It's a trap.
Bandit, 12 o'clock. Fish dropped.
Radar contact. I'm detecting a Japanese task force. You better take us in, sir. Watch out! Bad guys coming in fast.
Got one.
Watch out! Bad guys coming in fast. That's it. Hold her at this distance if you can, sir. There's the missing carrier. Looks like there's plenty there to keep you strike pilots busy. Oh hell, we've got company. Finish up those pictures, Waldo. We've got to get out of here before having smoke.
Bandit, 10
the job's done. Time to haul our fat ass out of here.
We hear you loud and clear, sir.
Bandit! 10 o'clock!
Flying boat southwest of our position. Who are you? Identify yourself before we start shooting.
Midway, this is Lieutenant Crow on PBY-12. We're returning from patrol with recon photos of the Japanese fleet.
Oh, you found them. Good work, Crow. Sorry about the welcome, but we're a little jumpy. We got attacked by 2 Japanese flying boats this morning, and I don't feel like being woken up by a bomb instead of coffee. Anyway, you're cleared to land, PBY-12.
Thanks, Midway.
Torpedo running clean!
The base on Midway is vital in our attempts to regain the upper hand in the Pacific. We are preparing a decisive strike against the main Japanese carrier force, but until that strike is ready, Midway facilities must be protected. Radar tracks have been picked up heading for the island. We need you to get airborne as quickly as possible to fend off this Japanese raid.
of Japanese fighters. They must have come in low to dodge our radar.
Ah, crap. We're blocked in behind those damn bombers. Crow, get your squadron up. Clear that runway now!
Break formation.
Roger that.
Watch your aim, flyboy. Out of my neighborhood, Tojo.
What are your orders, sir?
Protect those bombers.
Ah, crap. I got 3 huge formations of planes bearing in on us from the west. It must be a Jap attack.
Don't worry, Control. My men and I can handle it. Crow, you take the rear left formation. Murphy, you take the rear right. And my men and I will take the lead squadron of Cape bombers.
Protect those bombers.
Protecting the bombers.
Japs on your tail, sir.
What are your orders, sir?
Defend this position, men.
Defending the area. We're under attack.
Splash 1-0, bye-bye birdie.
You far enough around there, Ox? Why don't you use a hose next time?
That's held off the valve, but here come the Capes. Protect the airfield, gentlemen.
I'm sorry,
right, Stewart. You can escort him back, seeing as you caused the snafu in the first place. Move! Get out of my sight!
Incoming Betty bombers heading for the airfield.
Defend this position, men.
Defending the area.
Defend this position, men. Engage at will.
Defending the area. Roger that.
Off, for now. All units return to base and try to get some shut-eye. I don't think we'll be getting much sleep over the next few days.
We're in the middle of a huge battle with several Jap carrier groups. Pearl Harbor was bad, but if we lose here at Midway, then the war's over for us. We've been taking regular assaults from enemy plane groups, so it's time to strike back. We need your wing to get out there and target the Japanese carriers. Each flat top you send to the bottom takes 100 enemy planes off our backs. Lieutenant Commander Callahan will assign wings where they will do the most good. Good luck, Lieutenant. Our prayers go with you.
Your target today is the Akagi. I need you to go in low with your torpedo runs. Let's make one thing perfectly clear. There will be enemy fighters. Focus on getting your fish lined up with that carrier. We can't afford to waste any time sending her to the bottom. All wings, form up and head for the enemy fleet.
This is Ox. George Wing. Where do you want my fighters, sir?
Send a wing with each of the bomber squadrons, Ox, and make sure they check their targets before firing. We can't afford to shoot down any of our own today. planes fire at will, but do not drop your bomb loads. We don't want to let these bastards through to our fleet, but we also need that ordnance.
Bandit, 3 o'clock!
Japs on your tail, sir.
Engage at will.
This is Dogwing, starting our attack run with Baker Wing.
Those poor bastards. Crow, unfortunately, it's your turn in the ring. We'll try and cover you as much as we can.
Crow, take out those destroyers so we can have a clear run at the Akagi.
This is Callahan. All fighters, move to intercept incoming Zeros.
Tojo's thick as flies around these carriers.
You just watch that itchy trigger finger of yours do it.
Easy, buddy. Torpedo dropped.
how we deal with the Soryu. We're going in. All planes maintain your formations. Steady. Steady. Drop, drop, drop! Splash 1 carrier, she's going down. Item wing, how did you go with the Kaga? Consider it a total write-off, sir. We've left it burning from end to end. Well, the Hiryu is still floating, but we'll see to that later. Time to head back to the Yorktown and give them the good news. Follow me, Squadron.
Yesterday at 0342 hours, the U.S. submarine Tambor surprised the cruiser Mogambi, forcing her into a collision with her sister ship, the Mikuma. This collision buckled the Mogambi's bow and breached the Mikuma's fuel tanks. The two cruisers are limping from the area, but we have different plans. It's time to get some payback for what happened to the Yorktown. Our scouts have spent the last several hours searching for the damaged vessels, and we finally think we have a good fix on their position. You are to quickly scramble from the Enterprise and join your squadron in an attack on the Mikuma.
Form up and move off immediately to the north. Crow, once you're off the deck, catch up to us en route. Keep your eyes peeled, men. We've had reports of Japanese fighters and strike planes hiding in the clouds in this sector.
Any U.S. pilots in the area? This is PBY-15-2. We need help urgently. The Japs are riding my back. I can't shake them. And half my crew is wounded. We can't hold out much longer.
Damn it, we don't have time to be playing nursemaid to a bunch of bus drivers. Crow, you go and see what you can do for them. All other wings maintain course to target.
Thanks, Hal. Those damn Japs nearly had us that time.
Enemy fighters coming in fast. George Wing, I want you to push ahead and make bombing runs on both the cruisers before they launch deck planes. We'll try and draw off the fighters here.
Sir, if I split my wing, we won't last 5 seconds out there against that AA fire. We need support.
Halox, I know it's tough, but get on with your orders, airmen. If those ships go to flight stations, we'll have a lot more opposition out here.
Break formation.
You picked one up, boss.
could use a hand with these fighters over here. Strafe the decks before they all get airborne. Good shooting, bro. That ought to keep their heads down. Now let's start taking apart the Makuma. Crow, if you want to stand a chance against the AA on this thing, you need to take out the gun directors and the rangefinders. Once they're gone, you'll be able to take out the individual guns without getting shot to hell. Once you've done that, go after the bridge. If you kill the officers and the helmsman, the ship can't steer. That'll give you a chance to try and blast through the main forward magazine. It's under the third front turret. Hit it with enough heavy ordnance, and you should be able to punch through.
Crew, you're straying too far.
What are your orders, sir?
Engage at will.
Roger that.
That's it, Crow. You've reduced their ability to shoot back. Now, go after the bridge. Take that, you bastards. That should put an end to your ducking and dodging. Concentrate your fire on turret number 3. We need to breach their deck armor. That ship's on the way to the bottom of the ocean. We may have lost Ox, but at least we gave him a 13,000-ton tombstone.
Do we finish off the Megami, sir?
No, the light's fading and we might need our remaining fuel to find the Enterprise. Everybody, call it a day.
I bagged one.
followed. Back there in the clouds. I can just see something.
Drop back and check it out, Crow. I don't want us to get ambushed just after we land. I'll keep going with the rest of the squadron, acting like we don't see them. Now you be careful.
Do you want some company, William? The only thing is, I'm low on ammo.
No, I'll take care of it. You head back.
There he is. That is the American who shot down Brother Kazuya. Get him. I am Ace Kaito Higara of the 13th Squadron. You may have beaten our newest member, but I am much more skilled. Prepare to be defeated, Yankee dog. Damn you! How can this be happening?
The Battle of Midway was a huge victory for us, but the Jap ambush took the edge off any satisfaction we might have felt. There was no way it was a coincidence that a whole Jap squadron found us all alone out there. Someone had to have told them where and when we were patrolling. Somehow, the Japs who'd found us were from the 13th Squadron. I'd splashed Kaito Fujiwara, another of their aces. Callahan and I went and talked to the Admiral. We told him about the ambush, and the earlier sabotage to my Corsair as well. He listened closely. We were making some pretty serious claims. Sabotage was one thing. It could just be a little professional rivalry for top place on the kills board. But the ambush, well, that's an act of treason, punishable by death. The boys were jumpy. News of the ambush had spread, and now there were rumors of a rat in the ranks. The Battle of Midway was where everything changed. We broke their codes and their plans were clear. Most of our fleet was waiting for the Japs to show up, ready to get revenge for what they did to us at Pearl Harbor. We had 3 carriers there, the Enterprise, the Hornet, and the Yorktown. To back them up, we had 8 cruisers and 17 destroyers. But the Jap fleet was awesome. They sent 6 carriers, 7 battleships, 14 cruisers, and 42 destroyers. Against their fleet, ours looked insignificant. The battle lasted 3 days, and when the smoke cleared, we saw the damage we'd done. We took out 4 of their carriers, the Akagi, the Kaga, the Hiryu, and the Soryu, and the heavy cruiser Mikuma. All up, we only lost 1 carrier, the Yorktown, and a single destroyer. But it wasn't just ships that the Japs lost at Midway. We also splashed twice as many of their planes as they got of ours. A lot of good Japanese pilots were shot down at Midway, and I don't think their Air Corps ever recovered. In just 3 days, we'd broken the back of their fleet. Their carrier strike force, the Kiru Batai, was all but wiped out. Even with their fleet wrecked, the Japs still had control of most of the Pacific. And thousands of miles south of Midway, the Japanese took control of Guadalcanal.
The Japanese are close to completion of an airfield near Lunga Point on Guadalcanal. If this airfield is completed, the Japanese will cut off the Allied line between Australia and the US. Your mission is to attack the airfield and its surrounding defenses. Once these are destroyed, our C-47 transports and landing craft will deploy and secure the area. We also have some good news for you. Due to the shortage of qualified pilots, the Army has agreed to make available several P-38 Lightnings. The Japanese also have some new fighter types, so keep an eye over your shoulders.
We were headed for a place called Guadalcanal. It's a big jungle island and the Japs were well dug in. So we got ourselves ready for months of mud and sweat and mosquitoes and death.
Okay, men. Let's see what these new beasts can do. Look, a Japanese cargo sub. They must be trying to sneak supplies to the island. Nice work, men. The Japs want those supplies, they can fish for them. Okay, men. I want Crow's Wing to head inland and do a lightning strike on their airbase. Take as many fighters out on the ground as you can, then destroy their AA capability. We'll hang back here and guard the landing craft.
Break formation.
Shake your tail, son. Helped up another one.
This is SkyTrain Flight Baker 7. We are entering the drop area. Hope you've cleared a path for us to the airfield, guys.
That usually was fishing. are your orders, sir?
Paratroopers deployed. Crow, get your ass over to the airfield and provide assistance to the troops on the ground.
Take out those tanks and MGs or the strike force is doomed!
Strike Force, we have seized control of the runway. Consider it closed down. Send in reinforcements.
Roger that. We're sending in the landing craft. All fighters are requested to watch out for anti-ship guns.
The East Group will arrive first. Concentrate on the Eastern defenses, men.
We've got incoming Japanese aircraft heading for our group.
Engage at will.
Roger that.
We're not out of the woods yet. We're incoming fighters heading our way.
Get back to the combat zone.
This is the landing group. We're taking heavy fire from shore guns. Oh, hell. Don't these guys ever give up? More Japanese fighters heading our way.
What are your orders, sir?
Break formation.
Roger that.
Get back to the combat zone.
Get it, man! We've won! The Japanese are surrendering! Guadalcanal is ours!
Well done, men. I'll make sure the Admiral hears what a top effort you put in here today. You're all heroes.
This Guadalcanal campaign is going to come down to who can move the most supplies in here to support their troops. Every night, Jap ships move down the slot in a supply run we call the Tokyo Express. A radio intercept has alerted us to a Japanese convoy carrying thousands of troops and a hefty load of supplies. Our cruisers scattered the convoy out past Florida Island, but they have had to withdraw to engage Japanese warships. Air power is the only thing that can reach the convoy now. So we need you to take a B-26 Marauder equipped for maritime strikes and go hunting for the scattered ships.
our Tojo friends is 359er. We hope that you have a good day, and thank you for flying with the Cactus Air Force. Good hunting, Marauder Patrol.
Break formation.
Roger that.
This is the HMAS Canberra to the unidentified plane to our south. Identify yourself right now or we'll plug you one.
Easy there, Navy. This is Marauder Fox 7 out of Guadalcanal. You're a little jumpy, aren't you? I don't look anything like a Jap.
Sorry, mate, but we're a little uptight. Some bloody huge Japanese seaplane that we haven't seen before has been calling strikes down on us. Keep an eye out for the bastard, would you?
Sure thing, buddy. I'm just glad you didn't shoot first and ask questions later. Thanks for the heads up, Navy.
Sir, I'm detecting a surface contact on our radar, nearby our position.
Okay, Marauder Fox 7, you are coming up to the last reported sighting of the Japanese convoys. Watch out for the decoys and escort ships. Some groups pack a bigger punch than others.
Break formation.
Oh, look at that.
Looks like our first catch of the day, sir. I've sighted a convoy.
convoy. Coming in. give up. I've spotted the convoy. And counting. Smack bang in the center.
That convoy's been gutted. Time to find the next one.
That's 8. Pretty good.
Spotted another convoy, Lieutenant.
They sure are persistent. I'm not sure how many more convoys we can hold on. Bullseye, right on top of them.
She's a goner. Double figures. Scratch another one.
That's another convoy gutted. All the supply ships sent to the bottom. Time to hit the next group.
That's a full dozen. Good going.
Bandit, 3 o'clock, high!
Break formation.
Roger that.
The Japs must be really short of supplies to risk us catching them in the open.
She's sinking.
Bullseye, sinking that convoy will sure put a stop to their supply line.
All gunners, keep your eyes peeled.
Guadalcanal, this is Crow. I'm engaging a large Japanese flying boat, probably an HAK type. Holy crap, look at the size of that son of a bitch. Must be important to have those guys for an escort. Looks like I'm in for a fight.
Bandit! 12 o'clock! This thing's turning into Swiss cheese!
The bigger they come, the harder they fall.
Got one!
The Guadalcanal campaign hangs in the balance. One of our carriers, the Wasp, has taken a torpedo hit and is limping off to be repaired. We've only got one operational carrier in the area, the Enterprise, and the Japs know it. They've launched a huge raid on the Enterprise. She is vital to the war effort in this theater, and you must protect her at all costs. Take out the incoming bombers and make sure she is still floating at the end of the day.
All wings form up. Move it, ladies. The Big E is waiting for us to pull her ass out of the fire. Crow, did you hear me? Or are you bucking for a transfer to Alaska? Now they could use a man of your skills there, I'm sure.
No thanks, sir. I like the South Sea weather.
Everybody throttle up. We need to haul ass to the Enterprise. We're in some serious snafu here. We could use a hand. Stand firm, Enterprise. We're on our way to help. Crow, worries me that we haven't seen any bombers. You and your wing watch out for attacks coming in on the Big E. The rest of you follow me. We're going after the fighters.
Protect those ships.
We'll defend the ship.
Watch your six. Tojo's there.
those bombers!
We've got a group of cakes coming in from the east.
Protect those ships!
We're defending the ships.
Those ships!
We're defending the ship! Another group of cakes inbound from the east-southeast. What are your orders, sir?
Protect those ships!
We're defending the ships.
Outstanding work, bro, but we can hold them off a while longer. The Big E should be okay. Darn it, we got multiple waves of incoming valves. Keep them away from Enterprise, Crow.
Oh, hell, those valves were just waiting to see what the fish bit before they moved in.
Protect those ships!
We're defending the ships.
Break formation.
Oh, you left?
Engage at will.
Good job, Will. Another one sent to the depths of Iron Bottom Sound.
Hey, you two, less backslapping and more shooting. The war ain't over yet. The rest of their fleet is still moving up the coast. You better lend a hand.
got heavy bombers inbound over Guadalcanal.
What are your orders, sir?
Break formation.
Roger that.
Our time station at Guadalcanal should have been a welcome break from the monotony and the claustrophobia of carrier life, but the place was a mosquito-infested mud hole and it was still crawling with Japs. Our days were 90% boredom and 10% nail-biting terror. The Japs raided us regularly, usually from the air, but sometimes from the jungle where they were holed up. Callahan, Stewart, and I started a chess club to pass the time. It was either that or go insane waiting for the sound of planes. Our POW buddy Stewart was easily the best chess player, and he turned out to be pretty deadly in the air as well. It wasn't long before he made his way close to the top of the kills board. One day, out of the blue, the base commander came to see me. He had 2 letters from my mom. He said there'd been a delay in the mail delivery. I opened the first letter. It was bad news. Dad had never been 100% since the accident, but he'd gotten worse. She wanted me home to spend some time with him. I knew immediately what that second letter would say. It was too late to go home. I don't know if he was trying to keep my mind off what was going on at home, but the commander told me that the 13th Squadron was operating around the Gilbert Islands. He said the task force was going to retake the island that the Japs had captured from us at the start of the war. Our old friend the Admiral had requested pilots and the commander was sending our squadron to help out. We landed on Guadalcanal in August and took control of the Jap airfield. We called ourselves the Cactus Air Force. The Japs were well dug in and kept fighting for another 6 months. Our boys fought some of their hardest battles there in the jungle, including the Battle of Bloody Ridge. Off the coast of Guadalcanal, we managed to cut off their supply lines and stop them from sending more reinforcements. It wasn't until December that their emperor finally gave permission for their troops to withdraw. Clearing the threat in the Pacific was turning out to be a long and tough campaign. But at Guadalcanal, we stuck our foot in the door and it wasn't going anywhere. In April of '43, our codebreakers located Admiral Yamamoto, the guy who planned the Pearl Harbor attacks. He was going to be flying in a bomber near Bougainville. 18 Lightnings from Henderson Field flew hundreds of miles and shot down his Betty bomber. Before the war, Yamamoto had tried to talk his commanders out of attacking the U.S. They didn't listen, and even though he knew it was a bad idea, he planned the Pearl Harbor attack for them. At the start of the war, he predicted that for the first 6 to 12 months, he'd win victory upon victory. But after that, he said he had no expectation of success. He was a smart man, and they never did find his body.
For 2 years now, the Japs have been fortifying Tarawa Atoll against attack. And now it's time to bring the war to them. The atoll is strategically important to our war effort, and we must take it back from the enemy. Crow, we want you to take a P-38 and photograph the defenses on the island. Remember, discretion is the better part of valor. Those photos are more important than heroics right now. Make sure you get them back here and into our hands. Japanese Rear Admiral Shibasaki Miichi has said it would take 1 million men and 100 years for America to take Tarawa Atoll. Let's prove him wrong.
The Japs had been in control of Terra Atoll long enough to concrete the whole darn place. The Marines landed there on the beaches, so it was up to us flyboys to soften the place up.
Okay, recon flight, you're go for takeoff. Be careful of that plane, buddy. Those cameras cost a fortune.
This lightning may be quiet, but if I hang around too long, someone's bound to notice. And I don't need the attention. That's it. I'm in camera range. There's the first LZ. Any Marine that tries climbing over that must be crazy. Within range. Camera's running. The second LZ in high detail. Camera rolling. That's the next LZ scouted. Say cheese, Mr. Tojo. Damn, too fast. I have to go slower to get these recon shots. I'm in optimum camera range. Damn, too fast. I have to go slower to get these recon shots. Ah, hell, I took too long. Now the locals are gonna get all riled up about me buzzing them. That's it. I'm in camera range. Damn, too fast. I have to go slower to get these recon shots. 4th LZ photographed. It's gonna be tough on those Marines.
Within range. Camera's running. Camera rolling.
Hell, I'm too far away. I have to stay closer to the target.
Say cheese, Mr. Tojo.
Son of a bitch, that must be Tojo Central.
I'm in optimum camera range.
Go back to sleep, boys. Don't mind me. Back to sleep, boys. Don't mind me. That's it. I'm in camera range. Oh, looks like they've rigged that pier to blow.
Within range. Camera's running.
I'm glad I'm not on a boat right now.
Camera rolling.
Oh, that must be the main supply dump. Ought to go off nicely when we drop an incendiary on it.
Say cheese, Mr. Tojo.
Tanks. Oh, our boys are gonna love that. Got them all. Now time to get out of here before my welcome wears out. Let the bombers deal with those gun positions. Oh crap, they vectored interceptors onto me. Okay, Tojo, if you want to ride the lightning, here goes.
Well, American spy, it seems that you have run out of luck. I am Taiki Hasegawa of the 13th Squadron. Perhaps you have heard of me.
13th Squadron are a bunch of cowards and rats, Hasegawa. How many defenseless people did you murder at Pearl Harbor?
True. A surprise attack is not the most honorable form of combat, but this is the nature of war. My men and I must stop you using all means necessary.
Way too hot for you, Essex. I wouldn't be spreading a picnic blanket out on that beach. That's for damn sure.
Your recon flight has revealed a weakness in Bedio's defenses. Their positions are concentrated seaward, so our strategy is to land troops via the lagoon and destroy the defenses from the ground. Your mission is to target the defensive positions so at least half of our amphibious assault vehicles can land. Other wings will deal with other targets, so stick to your section of the beach. Additionally, there are a number of strategic targets we need taken out, such as the fortified naval guns and concrete bunkers near the airfield. This is going to be tough. Are you tough enough, Lieutenant Crow?
Listen up, people. This mission is the most important one we've been on in the last year, and I don't want anyone screwing it up. Watch your fire around the Marines, and careful when doing bombing runs.
All fighters, take off immediately and head for the island. Marine forces are expecting you shortly.
Roger, sir. Moving to the target area.
Get the lead out, boys. Those Marines are really up against it today.
Uh-oh. Aw, hell, guys. I'm losing manifold pressure. Lots of smoke. Looks like I've blown a gasket somewhere. Turning back.
Damn it! Oh, okay, Tom. Can't be helped. Try not to crack her up on the way back.
Roger that, sir. Good luck, boys.
Sweet mother of God, it's an ambush! They knew where to find us!
How did they know we'd be here?
Break formation.
Oh, is that? Watch your six. Told you.
They nearly had us that time.
That's no coincidence. We got a rat in our ranks.
What are you saying, Murphy?
I mean, your friend Tom simply hightailed it out of here, didn't he? Maybe he knows something.
Murphy, save your malarkey for the Japs. You got any evidence? We'll talk about it back on the carrier.
Defend this position, men.
We're defending this area. Those Marines are getting hammered. Take out the guns on the pier.
Hey, we can use some help with these fighters.
those ships?
We'll defend the ships.
Hey, we need air support!
now, sir?
Protect those ships!
We'll defend the ships.
Rolling up like a whorehouse on payday. Everybody, over the side. Those morons are planning screwed us royally. Goddamn Higgins boats can't get over the reef with the tide this low.
Tom Stewart was lucky. Too lucky. His engine trouble was too convenient. He was back on the carrier safe in his bunk while we were fighting for our lives against the 13th Squadron. The other pilots were furious. They wanted his blood. They found Stewart in his bunk. They pulled him out, screaming traitor, Jap lover, and worse. Callahan and I could barely stop them from stringing him up right there. We got him out of there and back to Callahan's room. Tom pleaded with us. He promised he wasn't a traitor, that he hadn't sold us out to the Japs. I wanted to believe him, but there was part of me that wasn't sure. But the other guys, they wouldn't fly with him anymore. And even if he did fly with us again, he'd be likely to get a tail full of U.S.-issue bullets. Callahan grounded him and took his wings away. He said it was for Stewart's own safety, but I think it was for all our sakes. Earlier, during the recon mission, I'd taken out an ace called Taiki Hasegawa from the 13th. I'd fought 3 of their top guys, but I still hadn't had a chance to fly against Shunagawa. The Japanese commander at Betio Island had promised it would take 1,000,000 men 100 years to take Tarawa. Rear Admiral Shibasaki, the commander there, had spent years fortifying the island. He'd put in new layered defenses that gave mutual support. When we did land there, after just a few hours of bombing, our Marines were cut to pieces by the Japs. The first wave suffered almost total casualties. Eventually we took the island, but not before we lost 1,500 men. The Japs lost over 3 times that many. Tarawa was a learning experience for us, a lesson in how not to take an island from the Japanese. The rest of 43 was quiet. We all pulled our fleets back for repairs and refitting. Back home, though, things weren't quiet. Our factories were running at full speed. Back then, we churned out 7,000 planes a month, compared to just 1,500 that the Japanese could produce. It wasn't just planes, though. Our shipyards were also running full tilt. Since the start of the war, we'd produced 500 destroyers and escorts. With a shortage of raw materials, the Japs could barely manage 30.
We have just received an urgent radio message from our top agent, codenamed Usurper. After infiltrating a secret Japanese airbase and retrieving vital war plans, Usurper escaped by stealing a Japanese Seaplane Zero called Roof. Unfortunately, his aircraft took several hits and he has made a forced landing. The Japanese will be looking for him too. You are to take a PBY Catalina and rescue him. We can guide you into the area of Usurper's last transmission. Usurper will fire a red flare to guide you to his exact location. Pick him up and return to base. His information could save many lives, Lieutenant.
Two of the Jap carriers that hit us at Pearl Harbor were stationed at Marianas. We were heading into one hell of an air battle.
Okay, Lieutenant. Our last radio contact with Usurper was from bearing 305. Suggest you climb the search altitude and proceed north-northeast.
No problem, Hornet. Let me just ease this big mama off the water. Everyone keep their eyes peeled. I want to hear about it immediately if you spot anything.
Boss, either we gotta pick off the Japs from a distance or run like hell. I wouldn't want to be dogfighting in this old sow.
Sir, I can see a flare.
We'll need to take those cruisers out before we can pick them up, and fast.
Torpedo running clean! Torpedo dropped!
Got him!
and I'll be right on board.
Don't have mercy. What the hell is that?
It's a Japanese carrier sub!
Look at the size of the monster. Come on, we have to get the hell out of here. like that information was more important than I thought.
We're taking serious damage.
done. That was ace flying if I've ever seen it. I'll be telling your CEO about it.
like you had a tough flight, Lieutenant. Are you okay to land?
Oh, there are a lot of holes, but this big mama's still watertight. Or we'll be able to keep her floating for a while yet.
Put her down next to the cruisers and we'll get one of them to winch you aboard for repairs.
Thanks for the lift home, Lieutenant Crow. You really saved my bacon today.
Yesterday, a U.S. submarine sank one of the last remaining Japanese carriers that attacked Pearl Harbor, the Shokaku. Today, we get our chance for revenge. We have located the carrier Hayo in waters off the Philippines. Your mission is to take a squadron of our new fighters, F-6F Hellcats, and punch a hole through the Japanese cap cover and flak. Strike planes from the Bunker Hill will follow you in. They carry the heavy ordnance necessary to send the Hayo to the bottom.
Let's get moving, boys. Enemy land-based bombers inbound for the task force. These guys must have come from truck. Weapons-free men, splash those bandits and make sure none of them get past us to the fleet.
Japanese heavy bombers heading for the fleet. Take them out.
Picked one up, boss.
Defend this position, men.
Oh, you're straying too far.
More Japs, inbound. We're under attack. What are your orders, sir?
Defend this position, men.
We'll defend the area. Look out! More Japs coming in fast. We're under attack.
Oh, you're straying too far.
Take your tail, son.
What can we do now, sir?
Defend this position, men.
The area is secure.
We're defending this area.
How many of these Japs are there?
Protect those ships.
We're defending the ships.
formation.
Roger that.
Another one.
Broken up their attack. They're heading for home. All planes resume course for the Japanese fleet.
What are your orders, sir?
Defend this position, men.
Defending the area.
Look at all those Japanese bastards. Right, strike planes. You hang back here. I'll stay here with my wing and cover you. All other wings, get in there and attack those fighters.
Protect those bombers.
Protecting the bombers.
kill, guys. Well done, men. Another carrier will make High Command very happy with us. There might even be a leave in this for you. Woo! Yeah! Okay, everyone. Time to head home. Under attack. All fighters go to maximum throttle and get your asses back to the carriers.
Sir, I've got engine troubles. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep up.
We can't wait around, Crow. If we don't get back to the fleet, none of us will have a place to land. You're on your own. Good luck.
I'll need it. I feel like a baby duck in a cockfight out here all by myself.
Lieutenant Crow of the U.S. Navy. What a shame that we meet under such uneven circumstances.
Are all you Japanese aces full of hot air? Maybe you should have tried out for the Balloon Corps.
I am Ibuki Ishihiro, second in command of the 13th Squadron. This time, I believe that we will have the last word. The last you will ever hear. It's a pity the rest of your squadron isn't here to share your fate. Still, it is only a matter of time before they join you.
I wouldn't count on that, Tojo.
Tom, you crazy son of a bitch. Aren't you grounded?
I stole a plane and took off when I heard you were in trouble. I couldn't stay home and let you hog all the fun. I'll draw them off. You head for the carrier.
After him, men. Crow isn't going anywhere fast. We'll come back after we get his friend.
Control, have you heard from Tom Stewart?
No, Crow, I haven't. When I do find him, I'm gonna kick his can up and down this flight deck, and then I'm gonna send him to the stockade.
He saved my life, sir. Last I saw of him, he's being chased by the 13th Squadron to the northeast. Get me another bird. I have to go look for him.
He would have to play the goddamn hero. Well, if he survives, he's gonna wish he was never born. You turn in for the night, Crow. That's in order. I need you sharp tomorrow. I'll send out a fresh search team to look for him. You did well today, son. We don't need any more hotshot horse pucky. Call it a day.
If it weren't for Tom Stewart, I'd be dead. He protected me from the Japs and then drew them away. That gave me a chance to make it back to the carrier safely. His body was recovered later. By the looks of it, he'd gone down fighting, and he'd taken out Ibuki Ishihiro, another 13th Squadron ace. One thing was certain, we were wrong about Stewart. He was a patriot to the end, and he died proving it. There was no way I could repay him for what he did, nor to apologize for doubting him. Callahan and I petitioned the Admiral for a proper tribute. We buried Tom Stewart as a hero, not as a traitor. The Marianas Turkey Shoot was the end of the Japanese Navy as a real threat to us. Their mistakes were coming back to haunt them. The Zero was a great plane, but they decided that maneuverability was more important than pilot safety. Sure, this gave Jap pilots an advantage in one-on-one fights, but in battle situations our planes were superior. Eventually, the Japs ran out of good pilots. At Marianas, their planes were flown by pilots barely out of flight school. During the Turkey shoot, they lost 220 planes compared to just 20 for us. Their second mistake was at Pearl Harbor. Originally, there were meant to be 3 waves of attacks. With the success of the first 2 waves against our fleet, the third wave was called off. The third wave's target was the tanks that stored our entire fuel supply in the Pacific. Things could have turned out very different if we'd had fuel problems at the start of the war. The Japs still had one weapon we couldn't match. For hundreds of years, Japanese society has been influenced by Bushido, the code of the samurai. To them, Bushido is a way of dying. For a Jap soldier, there was no greater honor than to give his life bravely in battle. Their final weapon was the divine wind, the kamikaze.
Usurper, the agent you rescued, has informed us that the Germans have delivered an advanced prototype fighter plane to the Japanese for an evaluation. This plane is powered by a turbojet propulsion system and is capable of almost 600 miles per hour. Your mission is to steal the prototype jet fighter, the ME-262, before the Japanese can evaluate it. Stealing the jet will not be easy. However, we are supplying you with a stolen Raiden fighter and a modified Japanese bomber that has been packed with 6,400 pounds of thermite. Your wingman will steer the bomber into the base before bailing out. The resulting explosion should create a sufficient diversion for you to land the Raiden and steal the jet from right under their noses. Beware, we have received unconfirmed reports that the Germans have sent one of their ace pilots, Karl-Heinz Kruger, to give a demonstration of the ME-262's capabilities.
The Japs gathered all their capital ships in the Philippines to stop us taking it back. One of their ships, the Musashi, was about the biggest battleship ever built.
So Crow, you're the clown that's supposed to get me to this Japanese base safely. Just make sure you don't attract any attention.
And how do I do that exactly?
I don't know. Fly casual. Keep your distance, don't shoot anyone unless they shoot you first. Shut him up before he lets the cat out of the bag. Shut him up before he lets the cat out of the bag. before he lets the cat out of the bag.
Come on, Crow. We're almost there. Hold it together.
I've locked the controls onto the base, Crow. Now I'm bailing out. Hope that submarine is waiting down there for me. It's a long swim home otherwise.
Good luck, Zach.
You too, William.
I gotta land this thing and steal the ME-262 before the Japs regroup.
It's a little hot down here. Time I got back to base. I better nurse this baby's throttle. It looks like these new engines are pretty damn touchy. The backroom boys want to sing in one piece, not pancaked all over a mountain.
Crow, I'm picking up another radar contact. Looks like another ME-262 taking off from the island.
敵のスパイを発見。我が機を盗んで東へ進行中。
Damn! That one saw me. Better watch out for fighters.
Well, my American brother, it seems you are lucky as well as stupid. Did you think I was just going to let you steal our gift to our Japanese comrades? We have big plans for that plane you're in.
Hey, hiya, Fritz. What's a cabbage eater like you doing in this neck of the woods?
My name is Karl Hans Kroger, German ace and holder of the Iron Cross. I hope your funny, haha, American wit will give comfort to your relatives when you are dead, little boy. Call yourself a pilot? Even the Poles flew better than that. Isn't your grandpa's biplane? Fly like a man, why don't you? Nine! I'm burning! Ah!
Just have the fire crews ready, Tower. She's a cantankerous bitch. I nearly bought the farm just taking off.
Your target today is the super battleship Masashi. The Masashi and his sister ship, the Yamato, are the pride of the Japanese fleet. At 72,000 tons, they are the largest and potentially the most lethal ships ever built. However, the Masashi is lagging behind the main fleet. Without air cover or an AA screen from escorts, it's vulnerable. But it's a tough son of a bitch. We've already hit it with 2 raids and barely scratched the paint. This time, we want you to stay out there until it's destroyed. Watch out for the main guns. We lost 1 squadron in a previous raid to a massive AA weapon called the Beehive. If you see those things pointed your way, duck. Get out there and claim the prize.
Warm up, people. Our heading is 020.
Okay, boys, take it easy when you sight the enemy. I don't want any of you coming down with buck fever. Defend this position, men.
We're defending this area.
Something big enough to put a dent in it.
Damn it! Everyone split up and move in. We can't afford to get caught in formation, and the main guns can't hit targets at close range.
Break formation.
That's it. Get in there and sink that son of a gun. Crow, I want your wing to move in first and target the rudder and propeller shafts. Aim for the fantail on the back of the ship. Everyone else, distract their AA for now.
Avengers, move in for a torpedo run. Commencing our torpedo run. Can someone try and get those fighters off our case? It's still too maneuverable. We can't hit it while it's twisting and turning like that.
Go get more torpedoes. We'll slow it down. Warm up, Dauntless Wing. We're going on a dive, bomb, and run. Something that size. We're heading back for more
bombs. Crow, take your wing and destroy the primary bridge. Let's see how well she handles with no bridge crew calling the shots. Keep it up, Crow. The Masaki's bridge is burning. Good shot, Crow. That should make her easier to hit.
Callahan returning from the carry with Cunningham's squadron in behind. Everyone pull back. We're going in for an attack run.
On target. Crow, for the next run, I want you to get in there and take on their AA batteries. Clear some space for the Avengers.
Moving into position. Commencing our run in approximately 1 minute.
Crow, take that AA battery out! Doing well, Crow. Shoot that AA battery!
That's it. We've damaged the engines. All units attack at will. Everybody pile in. Keep hitting that boat until it rolls over and dies.
The Leyte region has become a strategic focus on both sides over the last few days. At least 3 major Japanese task forces are in the area searching for the U.S. invasion force. Meanwhile, Admiral Halsey has 2 battleship flotillas out looking for the Japanese. We aren't fast enough to outrun a Japanese task force, and with only a small destroyer escort, there is no chance of fighting back. Command doesn't like not knowing where the Japs are, so we are sending all available planes out on scouting patrols. Your mission is to head to the northwest sector and ensure that this task force is not taken by surprise.
You two come with me. We're heading out to the northwest sector. Keep your eyes peeled for Japs.
Sir, I can see something off to our northwest. Looks like large surface contacts.
Must be Halsey's battleship group heading north. No Japanese force could have gotten that close to us without being spotted. It's impossible. Still, we better move in closer and check. Pagoda-style superstructure. That's no U.S. warship. I'm calling it in. Come in, Tappy 3. This is Callahan. Break course. You got a huge Japanese force bearing down on you from the west-northwest. I count at least 4 battleships and 6 heavy cruisers, plus around a dozen smaller vessels.
Crew, I need you to do enough damage with your torpedoes so this Japanese fleet will turn around. Stay far out to avoid the flak. Remember to lead the target.
This is the USS Holt. You can count on us. We will not let those bastards through. Not without a fight. All escorts, load your torpedo tubes and prepare your damage control teams.
That's a hit.
This is the USS Holt. We're going to turn about and launch a torpedo run on the Japs. Our pop guns are useless against that kind of armor.
Bandit, 11 o'clock! Yeah, suck on that, Tojo. Fish dropped!
Fish on target.
Yes! They hit the torpedo magazine!
Those brave, crazy bastards.
Bandit, 12 o'clock, high!
One destroyer and its crew is well worth sacrificing for a cruiser. Not to mention defending our carriers. Heroes do what their country expects of them.
Good luck, carrier fleet. This is Roberts. Going after the Japs and taking the Johnson with us. We'll try and get a few more Japs on their case, boys.
Torpedo running clean! Bandit, 12 o'clock!
Torpedo detonation.
are heading north after the main Japanese force. There are at least 4 Japanese carriers out there that we want eradicated from this theater. The centerpiece of the task force is the carrier Zukaku. She's an old friend of ours, the last remaining carrier that was involved in the attack on Pearl. Once you find that fleet, it's a free fire zone. Sink as many Japanese ships as you can, but be on the lookout for Japanese strike planes sent in retaliation against our fleet. Even though the ranks of their aviators have been depleted by recent battles, the Japs have some lethal new fighter types in service, so stay alert and watch your back.
Right, guys. Time to get this show on the road. Move out, everybody!
This is the Enterprise to Strike Group. You are clear to begin your mission. Last known intelligence reports indicate that the IJN fleet is to the west of us. Strike Force, get the hell back here. We've got incoming radar tracks from the north. The Japs found us first.
Well, looky here. Those are the Japs' new Frank fighters. Crow, take the lead formation. We'll handle the rest.
Break formation.
Roger that.
Heads up, we've got more inbound Japs. Dive bombers coming from the southwest this time.
Those ships!
We're defending the ships!
天皇陛下と気高い西沢藩のご先祖様の名において挑戦してやる。Looks like the last of them. Form up, men. We're going in to wipe out the nest.
What are your orders, sir?
Protect those ships.
We're defending the ships.
But those little guys aren't important. Concentrate on the capital units. Take that! That's the last of the Jap carriers that struck at Pearl. But the slate's not even yet. That's good, Crow, but those little guys aren't important. Concentrate on the capital units. Another flat top sent to Davy Jones's locker.
like you. He's tied on your tail.
dealt the Japanese Navy a heavy blow here today. I'm heading back to base. Everyone else, call it a day.
We were on a roll. We had the Japs on the run and we weren't going to stop till we bombed Tokyo to hell. While the rest of the guys were celebrating, I could only think of one thing. That Shun Agawa, the squadron leader of the 13th, would somehow escape. One night there was a knock on my door. It was the Admiral. He'd had a visit from one of the other pilots, Mike Canning. Mike had admitted to sabotaging my plane after we sank the Shoho. He said he wanted to knock me down a peg or two on the kills board, and that he was sorry. He got off lightly, but he was going to be peeling potatoes for the rest of the war. The Admiral also said he had something for me. It was a crumpled letter that he'd gotten unofficially. The letter was from the 13th Squadron, and it was addressed to me. It seemed that while I was after them, they were after me. I opened the letter. There were just 2 words on it, Iwo Jima. It was from Shun Agawa, the leader of the 13th Squadron. I would get my wish, a chance to fly against Agawa and avenge my brother. If the turkey shoot was a disaster for Jap pilots, then the Battle of Leyte Gulf was a disaster for their whole navy. When we landed on Leyte Island in the Philippines, the remains of the Japanese fleet sailed to meet us for the final great naval battle of the war. The Japanese Navy was outclassed and the battle was a decisive victory for the US. Even so, the kamikaze attacks did a huge amount of damage, not all of it physical. The kamikaze sank over 15 US ships in the Philippines. Over the entire war, the kamikaze sank 40 ships. When the Battle of Leyte Gulf was over, we'd sunk the biggest ship I'd ever seen, their super battleship Musashi. We also sunk the carrier Zukaku, the final survivor of the Pearl Harbor attack. In all, the Japs lost 10 times as many ships and planes as us. With their defeat at the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Japanese Navy was finished.
We have pushed the enemy all the way back to their island fortress of Iwo Jima. In order to strike at the Japanese mainland, we must take Iwo Jima's airfields. The Japanese intend to make us pay for every yard. But be warned, the Japs are going to try everything they can to stop us. They've been quiet so far, but there are 2 airfields on that rock, so be on the lookout for interceptors.
Iwo Jima is just a lump of volcanic rock out in the middle of nowhere, but it was one step closer to Japan, and it had a couple of nice fat runways for our B-29s.
General quarters, all hands, man your battle stations, incoming air raid.
Hell, kamikaze! They took out the Bismarck Sea! We're sitting ducks until we get this deck cleared!
My men and I are scrambling right now, sir.
Watch out for more kamikazes! Get airborne! There's another wave of suicide planes coming in from the southwest!
We've got radar tracks in the north, and they're damn big. Any free units, move to intercept.
Roger that.
Vodka bombs. Take out those bombers before they launch any of those things. They're bad news. Ram them if you have to. Incoming. Conventional Japanese dive bombers and fighters. Estimate formation strength, at least 3 squadrons. They're coming in from the north above cloud layer.
You better deal with this wave quickly. I've got some big traces on my screen. They're way off to the south, but they're coming this way.
those ships!
We're defending the ships.
Company's arrived. Those big bastards from the south should be in visual range. Our radar confirms enemy bombers inbound from 175er.
Protect those ships!
We'll defend the ship.
I don't like the look of those bombers, Will. We're almost to the crew.
Take them out immediately. I've heard reports of heavy bombers packed with massive thermite bombs. Keep them away from the Saratoga.
Holy crap!
More inbounds, small contacts coming from Iwo Jima.
The Japs are sending obsolete old planes out into battle. B-29 raids over the mainland must be hurting their arms factories.
Protect those ships!
We're defending the ships. All units, move to cover us.
What are your orders, sir?
Engage at will.
Oh, true that.
Looks like Tojo bit off more than he can chew. We've held them off for now. Crow, I want you to move inland and strafe that airfield. Concentrate on the planes. I want you to smash that second wave before it gets off the ground. What can we do now, sir?
Break formation.
Yes, sir. Go after the grounded planes first, Crow. Try to keep them from getting airborne.
Judy's is down!
Well done, Crow. But it's time to shut this base down, permanently. We need you to attack the main hangars, the control towers, and destroy their fuel supplies. Established almost total air superiority. Those Japs didn't know what hit them. Return to the carrier and get a good night's rest, Crow. We'll need you to support the assault on Iwo Jima tomorrow.
Iwo Jima is heavily fortified with anti-ship guns, pillboxes, and a vast underground cave system. We have taken a leaf out of Doolittle's book and borrowed some B-25 ground attack bomber variants off the Army. We need you to drop smoke flares into the bunkers and the hidden coastal guns. And the gunners on our battleship will finish the job. Once the guns are knocked out, the Marines can move in. Once their amp tracks land, support the Marines' advance by destroying the machine gun nests, pillboxes, and enemy soldiers.
Well, you take the fat ladies of yours and go hit the beach while I cover your butt from above.
Okay, Murphy. You better come running if I holler, though. This thing ain't gonna be much use if I run into some fighters.
Trust me. I'll make sure they don't touch a hair on your little head.
Okay, Lieutenant. Gun those engines and get those dick bastards off my deck.
Bomber Squadron, listen up. Crow, I want you and your men to concentrate on flattening those fortified naval guns. We'll keep the fighters off your back. You worry about getting your bombs on the mark.
Yes, sir. We'll smash them to rubble. Keep an eye out for large fortified guns in concrete bunkers, man.
This is Callahan off the Lexington. My wing is coming in from the west. I can see fighter wings launching from the Japanese air bases. Watch yourself.
Don't sweat it, Lieutenant. I can take care of them.
Well, here's the target, sir. Fly over them nice and slow so I can mark them with a smoke flare.
Smoke away.
Japanese fighters are tough. Watch out for their cannons, boys. They pack quite a punch.
Damn it! 6 o'clock! Hurry!
Damn, too fast. Smoke away.
We're taking serious damage. Damn it! 4 o'clock!
Smoke away.
Tactical, break left! You got a flank on your tail!
Ah, damn it. It looks like the Japs repaired most of the damage from yesterday's raid. Still, we must have put a dent in their fighter squadrons.
Smoke away. Smoke away.
until those guns are destroyed.
Smoke away.
The Japs don't want to give up this island without a fight.
Bandit! 1 o'clock!
Smoke away.
On him!
Smoke away.
Looks like that stirred them up, Lieutenant. The Japs are scrambling their planes from underground hangars. Take out the hangar entrance at each airstrip and destroy any parked bombers or fighters you see.
More damn Tojos coming out of that hangar!
Bandit! 4 o'clock! Bandit! 12 o'clock high!
Quota fleet, we've taken out the air bases. The Japanese planes are burning on the ground.
Excellent work, bro. We've got another support mission for you.
Landing force is on its way. We have to take out as many of those short guns as possible or they'll decimate our Marines. I'm assigning you to cover the southeast beach, Crow, while my wing will cover the southwest.
watch your fire around the LZ.
Damn it! 4 o'clock! Hurry!
Forward, men. That's it. We've taken the airfield.
This is Callahan. Well done, Crow. That was good work. But it's not over yet. Missouri thought they'd spotted some periscopes, but they lost them. If they've sorted some of those Kai-10 piloted torpedoes, we could be in a lot of trouble. Keep them away from the Missouri. Crow, use your 75mm cannon. It ought to set them off like fireworks.
This is Crow. There are several Japanese miniature subs closing on your position. Prepare for evasive maneuvers if I can't take them out. Got it! Fleet, this is Crow. I've taken out all the Jap subs.
Thank our lucky stars that you were on the ball, Crow. Fleet will give you a commendation for this. You saved their ass for sure.
This is the Enterprise. All planes return to base. The Admiral says to call it a day. Well done, men.
We've made beachheads on both sides of the island and captured the southern airfield. From here, we can take the rest of the island. Your mission is to attack the Japanese defenses around the northern airfield. Once you've completed your objectives, head south to support an assault on Mount Suribashi by the Marines. The Japs on top of that mountain can put fire down on anything that moves on this rock, and we're getting a little sick of the attention. Take them out and cover the Marines until they get to the top. We just got our first load of the new Bearcat fighters. It's a tough and fast little SOB, perfect for a mission like this.
Okay, boys, throttle up. It's time to get this show on the road.
Reading you loud and clear, Lexington. I am moving to attack the airfield.
This is B-25 Flight Leader Lee Rouse. We are approaching Iwo Jima. ETA 2 minutes. I hope you flatten their AA, pilot.
Can't find us. I'll take care of this lot.
our airfield. Bombs away!
Calling Navy fighters. We need a hand dealing with these Japanese troops. They're pushing hard for the airfield. Any damage you can do to the infantry tanks might just save our asses.
Spotters say we've got vehicles leaving the bombed HQ. I'll bet it's their commander. Take out those jeeps, bro. Top priority. You better hit those two other vehicles, Crow. The only way to make sure you got them. Come on, Crow. Just one more left. That's it. You got him. Nice shooting, Crow.
Official delivery, Tojo.
That's it. We held them off. Thanks, Navy. Now that we've secured the airfield, we need you to assist Sergeant Thompson and his Marines at the southern front. There's a bunch of artillery sites and observation posts up on top of that mountain. They have our guys totally pinned down. See if you can hit the ammo dump and take out the whole complex. size of that thing! You have to hit that fortress with everything you've got, pilot!
Throw that fortress in the crater of Mount Suribachi is the key to taking this goddamn island. You have to destroy it, or they'll just keep raining down artillery on us. You can weaken it by first taking out the comm center, then hit the power station before focusing on the main complex. Stop any more enemy aircraft coming in for a while.
Come on, Crow, get that fortress! The snipers are giving us hell!
Shut down the power to the main complex.
In the fortress. Looks like it goes right into the mountain.
They've riddled the mountains with caves and ammo dumps. Drop a bomb or fire a rocket into that hole.
Looks like it's weakening. Another few good hits to take it down. God damn you, Crow! Do something! They're picking us off like flies!
This is Lieutenant Crow. I've destroyed the Japanese stronghold and the Marines are on their way to the top.
Hell, what was that?
Whatever it is, it moves like lightning. Kicks like a mule, too.
You guys stay out of its way. I'll take care of this.
I am Shunogava, leader of the 13th Squadron. Lieutenant Crow, know this. You will never set foot on Japanese soil while I yet live. I challenge you.
You and your squadron killed a lot of my friends, Agawa. My brother on the Arizona, he never even had a chance.
Well, perhaps today you will join him. Enough talk. Fight or die. My Indian fighter is much better than yours, American. We are building thousands of these advanced fighters. Are you unmanned by your fear? Restrain your joy. This fight is only just beginning. Coward, you have no honor. Oh, so the American knows how to fight. Give up, America. You are outclassed. You will not be victorious. If I'm going to hell, I will take you with me. No! How did he beat me?
Dad, Charlie, I got him. I got the bastard.
I didn't care that Iwo Jima was won, or that the way lay open to Japan. I only cared that I defeated Shunagawa in the 13th Squadron, and that I'd avenged Charlie's death. The Admiral presented us with the Distinguished Flying Cross for achievement for our country, and then he sent us home. For our squadron, the war was over. I didn't know what to feel, jubilation or relief. I survived, but I'd lost so much in just a few years. My brother and father were dead, as well as countless good men I flew with. I sent a lot of Japs to the bottom of the ocean. Some of them must have been good men too. Pretty soon we shipped out for home. It was the longest trip I'd ever taken, but I'll never forget seeing the U.S. soil again. Mom looked tired, but boy was I glad to see her. First thing we did was catch a train to Washington, D.C. to see where Charlie and Dad were buried. I still see Callahan and the rest of the boys every year. We have a drink and salute the thousands of men who are the real heroes of the Pacific. The invasion of Iwo Jima was the final stepping stone to Japan. Once we controlled the airfield on the island, we could easily stage bombing raids against mainland Japan itself. In the first raid alone, almost 280 super fortresses bombed Tokyo and razed 10 square miles of the city. Back in the US, our scientists were working on a top-secret project to develop a fearsome new weapon, the atomic bomb. But the Japanese weren't about to give up. When their prime minister announced that they would fight to the end rather than surrender, our leaders authorized the dropping of the A-bomb. They hoped that in the long run, this would kill fewer people than a full-scale land invasion. Just 10 days after the Trinity test, the parts were shipped to Tinian Island. On the 6th of August, the Enola Gay lifted off from Tinian and headed for Japan. Just 3.5 hours later, they reached the city of Hiroshima. The bomb, Little Boy, detonated 2,000 feet off the ground. The blast leveled 90% of the city. 3 days later, the boxcar headed for the island of Kyushu. The weather got bad, so the pilot switched to his secondary target, a torpedo factory at Nagasaki. His bomb, Fat Man, exploded over Nagasaki. The hills limited the damage to just 30% of the city. All up, the bombs killed about 100,000 people and injured more. Five days after Nagasaki, the Japanese Emperor Hirohito announced his country's surrender. The war was over. We'd beaten the Japs, peace was restored in the Pacific, and our boys headed home.